start the timer. How are you all doing today, ladies and boys? I hope things are going good for you. Apologies for my stream starting a little bit late. Chores and dinner and stuff like that happened. And just get my music started there. Alright, we're doing I decided just to listen to the Elden Ring OST, because why not? It's fucking good. So, art. I don't do much art on stream, but I'm just in the mood to do it, but at the same time I'm hesitant, because I'm not that good. But specifically, as for the reason why my title of the stream is called The World,
I am the milkman. My milk is delicious.
Special delivery. Sorry about that. Welcome, Husky Buns. How are you doing? But yes, as I was saying, the reason I decided to title the stream The World is because I want to draw a picture of my planet from my lore accurate version of my planet. Right. What, 1920 by 1080 or maybe more than that? Double it. What's 1920 times 2? It's... What is it? Calculator. 1920 times 2 is 2,840 by 160. Right. Yes. Now, it's only recently that I've come up with a name for my world, and I'm not 100% certain whether or not that name will stick. But for now, the working name for my world is Riventerra. Save the file as that. Well, save it. Excuse me. Save it in the media folder for now. Riventerra. How you doing, Jenny, and Winston, and Husky Buns, and Tom Key, and anyone else who happens to be watching? I really should make one of those wiggle modes, shouldn't I? They're popular with, like, most VTubers. I should make my own version of that, shouldn't I? Maybe that's something we can do on stream sometime in the future. Right, okay, so first I think we'll do the background, and then we'll work on the planet. But the naming, or at least how I came across with the name Riventerra, was that Terra is one word for Earth, or as an alternative name for Earth is Terra. But my world has gone through a bit of an apocalypse of sorts. A celestial event of sorts that quite literally tore my world apart, in the literal sense. And another word for, or at least a possible word to describe something that has been torn apart, is riven. Something that is riven. And that's why I've come up with the name Riventerra. And now make convincing stars to start off with. You're chillin', Jenny? Very nice. Give me a moment, I am looking at some references on how space ought to look. See if I can accurately reproduce that space look. I've done a space scene once before back in college for my video game art course. That was many, many years ago. Okay. First of all, we'll do stars. Doing it as a group just because I want to be able to modify their colors. Or at least have the ability to. Have I been getting the clips yet? Hey, clips? Oh, have you been like clipping stuff off stream? I haven't checked, or at least I haven't received a notification of anything happening like that. We've been doing stuff off stream. I do appreciate it, and I'll definitely take a look into it. Okay. So a single dot is hardly visible. Eight pixels wise, that's visible. Maybe a bit too much, so 5 pixels. Right, okay. Some brush settings to randomize. Staff room in the Discord. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't receive that note. Yeah, I didn't notice or if there was a notification, I didn't see it. The staff channel. Ah, I see. I see them now. I'll definitely give them a good look over later. Thank you. I really need to figure out a way in Discord to make it so that I get notifications for new messages happening only in specific channels, because I don't want notifications happening when just people chatting in the general channel, but other channels like the staff channel or whatnot. If I can figure out how to do that, that would be great. Okay, so let's try spacing. Right, size, scattering. Some maximum settings. Yeah, it's definitely not what we need. If anything, I need more scattering. Or further scattering. My memories are coming back to me on how to do this stuff. That look, does a tab sus? Tab sus? What tab is sus? A tab of Google that is just Among Us pictures? Okay. Shape dynamics. Dynamics probably work for us here. Distortions of space and all that. Size jitter. Ooh, size jitter. That actually certainly helps. Noise. I mean, that's just a super basic base background right there. What else settings do we have that we could use? Edges, what's wet edges? There too. Okay, so makes it a little softer. Interesting. Build up. That certainly wasn't setting last time I anything like that. No idea. Dual brush. What's dual brush? If the name I'm interpreting correctly, doubles the brush. I don't know. I think I'll never forget seeing The Night Sky in Africa. It was like a Disney movie. Yeah, it's definitely. Once you get away from the light pollution, it can be quite beautiful. I've definitely experienced such night skies when I was camping when I was a cub and a scout. Night sky at places like Camp and Pesa were quite nice. Camp and Pesa wasn't the most impressive one, I'd say. There were other camps, but I can't remember their bloody names. Okay, let's just work with this then. Here. What we had there for a moment was sort of working. That. Lazy Bunny, welcome. How are you doing? It's been a while. I've missed you. How are you doing? Looks good for a base form, but I think I do want a little bit of a gaseousness of space to be also be coming through. Gas. Trying to stay alive. Well, I'm glad you are alive, Lazy Bunny. And I'm glad you're here. I've missed you. I'm not sure how well this is coming through on the stream because, you know, stream compression and all that, the story background that we've got going on here.
Suck.
Thank you for the suck. You love me a good old suck. So typical backgrounds like this, I think it goes for a slightly bluish look. Again, my planet itself is going to be quite blue itself. I need actually a very, very light blue. That. I'll stay down to maybe around 10%. That. Very soft brush. Tool like that. There. Anything exciting this week that's planned for Thanksgiving? No, not really. No real plans for Thanksgiving. What is Thanksgiving exactly? Actually, let me Google it. Thanksgiving has never really been much of a thing for me. Well, actually, technically speaking, it's already passed for me. For your guys' Thanksgiving, I'm not doing anything, of course. My Thanksgiving, I had some turkey. But of course, Thanksgiving in Canada.
I am the milkman. My milk is delicious.
It's delivery. Yes. But yeah, Thanksgiving for us Canadians was back last October. On October 10th. So. And we had turkey, but that was about it, I'd say. Got up to. Pretend this circle right here is my planet. I'm thinking of which orientation I want the rings to be at. And how that'll because I want them to be compositionally opposed to whatever we've got going on behind. Make them stand out. Yeah, stream's doing good, Lazy, I'd say. Considered. So we did start late today just to dinner and chores that I do. It's off. What the fuck is this? Off. No! I said fuck off. Oh. Accidentally tapped this, I know. No. My planet has no moons. They were all destroyed. At least the moon was destroyed. Because as far as I can tell, based off of studying stellar charts of my world and comparing it to the stellar charts of your world, my Earth may have once been Earth. Or another universe's version of Earth. But very different history and different things that happened. Most notably, the cosmic event that caused that tore the planet apart. Basically, an interplanetary collision with the micro black hole. It also brought a lot of brought with it a nebula worth of gases also in it. At least just a very small nebula of gases. Most of which got absorbed into Riventerra, thus creating the substantially thick atmosphere that we have. Through the use of various magics and, magic that is on the planetary scale of engineering, we were able to prevent the planet from being outright completely destroyed, and instead we sort of pseudo-captured the black hole, and it is now sitting at the center of the world. But that was the only thing we could do to not be outright destroyed by it. No, I've never no, I have not actually seen the Northern Lights. Actually, I don't live north enough for that, unfortunately. I've never visited very far north. Actually, I'm trying to think of what's the most northern location I've been, because I, for the most part, have only ever really traveled south from where I live. I think of... Yeah, I don't think I've actually traveled much north, I think. Oh, maybe when I visited Quebec when I was a kid once. Maybe that was technically more northward. I don't think it was. I'll be honest, I don't actually really know where it was that I went. I just know it was Quebec. But where in Quebec I couldn't tell you because I guess I wasn't paying attention, or it's just words that I couldn't memorize. I don't know. I don't think it was very far into Quebec that we went. I don't even remember the purpose of the trip. Anyways, I think this is a good starting point. Our background will obviously refine it more, but I want to get planet being worked on. I think I'll have the planet and the rings be in their own different file folders. Oh, sorry, Lazy Bunny. Did I finish Elden Ring? Yes. I mean, I've beaten Elden Ring twice thus far. But it's still a regular part of my schedule. Currently in Elden Ring, we're building a new character. In fact, that we've recently started. And it's going to be a PvP-based character so that I can do PvP content. Base color should I use? The planet's going to be more or less. It's going to look more or less like a gas giant. A bluish gas giant with silvery rings around it. That's main descriptor, I would say. In fact, the rings, Winston, are in fact what's left of the moon. The moon was destroyed, shattered apart, and was turned into rings. Or at least some of it was turned into rings. Some of it was absorbed by black holes as well. Which that also needs a name. I need a name for that black hole. That is now the core of Riventerra. Yeah, unlike your world, your Earth, which is unlike your Earth, that is around 12,700-ish kilometers in diameter. My world is around 25,000 kilometers in diameter. So when things got shook apart, a large majority of the mass got absorbed by the star, by the black hole, but the black hole also brought along with it a lot of gases that inflated the atmosphere, and through magical engineering that was used to prevent complete annihilation of our world, the atmosphere has been made to be relatively consistent in its thickness, so that the pressurization didn't become lethal. In fact, there are many layers, like an onion. Layers like an onion to our atmosphere, with semi-permeable barriers in between each ring, or each shell, I guess you could call them. And that's a thing that I want to draw as well. A sort of a cross-section view of what my planet looks like to help it make it easy to describe what it's like. Okay. Otherwise, a dark blue, maybe, as our basis. Yes, and because of the massive width of the planet, but unlike your world where it's mostly solid material, my world is mostly gas, which means there are vast distances between each floating island around my world. And the different layers of the atmosphere also have their different properties, such as different weather systems, different orbits for the islands. So, with that in mind, you can imagine navigational charts are very complicated in my world. Because even though, let's say, on the outer layer, the relative distance between the different floating islands doesn't really change, the relative distance between it and the islands of under layers, which spin at different speeds, that can make things vary. Well, thank you for the hydrating. Hydrating. Just trying to figure out how one goes about drawing the atmosphere of a gas giant, or at least one that is as peculiar as mine. The more consistent density, whereas on true gas giants like Saturn and Jupiter, you get the banding of various different sections. On Riventerra being so much smaller than them, you don't really get that. I'm just trying to... I'm just going through my head what it ought to look like then instead. Because of course, also another thing with the shattering was there isn't really any large-scale continents, or at least not the type that your planet is like having. The single biggest islands that would exist on my world are probably akin to Madagascar in size. Most being smaller than that, of course. Eggnog, yeah. Yeah, I do like eggnog. In fact, I'm thinking of maybe adding eggnog as a emote for the month of December. Ow. And it can take up one of the follower emote slots that I've not used. And I've been thinking about maybe in the follower emote section we could have like a thematic milk carton that is thematic to whatever holiday or time of year it is. And I could have temporary things like eggnog, or next October I guess we could have something pumpkin related. And for times of the year that I can't think of a special thing to, special thematic drink, we could go with blue milk from Star Wars. I'm thinking that, but I say forgetting shit. The weird English right there, but I get the gist of what you're saying. How do you draw clouds? Clouds. That's definitely not right. Earth art. And Earth art. Okay. Yeah. How do I draw that? Very complicated and subtle patterns, rules, and the like. Scatter, maybe? still not very sing. What I need is smudging. Smudging is a tool I've never really used, but now that I think about it, comparing what clouds actually look like from space, kind of look like smudges. Where's my smudging tools? Eyedropper? No. It? Or there we go. Smudge. There's the tool. Over to first of all just take the smudge tool. Lighten. Okay. Strength. If I bring the strength up all the way. Oof. Okay. 75%. If I drag that out. Versus if I have it set very low. Barely any movement. Harder. I think that may be a good... shading. Shading of the planet as a whole, I think, is also here. May actually be best to do shading first. Because some of the shading will, of course, help disguise bits as well. Disguise or make the work we do under the shading more better. Shading a sphere. Brush there. No more than 50%. Much there. We definitely have the depth going on. Ready. Add up to 75%. I think that's dark enough. Got some highlights. I think that's enough. That's a convincing sphere, right? Sure about this banding that's going on there, though. What that's all about. I just ran okay. I don't have any more to reheat. I'd have to make a brand new cup. I was hoping that this glass would last the whole stream. Like it typically does. I have nothing to hydrate with. What's that? or I can get myself another drink that isn't coffee, of course. Give me a moment. Alright, back. Alright. I got myself another drink. What happens if I smudge something like that? That kind of works. You got a new kit, been looking close for 2 years now. A Gundam kit? Nice, I presume. Alright, we're just experimenting right now to see if I can make convincing clouds. Killing the skilly boys, nice. Got some understanding of the technique now. Still very rudimentary. Maybe I need to put the rings on so that I can have better visualization of the planetary axis, which will help me define details like the gaseous bands around. Let's try putting just rudimentary shape for the bands. Rings. How am I going to draw the rings? Something I haven't fully figured out yet. I do. Like that, and then reorientate it. I want the rings to pick up most of the screen. Temporary color side. There's the ring I want to be. Really close in scale with the planet itself. Of course you do, Winston. Everything looks sus if you try hard enough. Among Us! Among Us? Widthwise, I like. I think that is too tall. There. I'm glad that doesn't look right. I don't know what, though. It feels like distance there ain't right. That's 255 right there. On here, it should also be 255, right? Yes. It is equal. Maybe that's what's wrong. For depth, it's due to sheer distance, this perspective would have this side seem thinner. Our side would seem smaller. That's probably what's up, yeah. Something like that. much. Right effect, but too much. I know what's wrong. Now. Okay. I'll go off that. And that. Right track. Stream like that. I think that's just about perfect. Nice. I think what we're just going to do is we're going to copy, and paste it. And the real rings folder that we're going to work with and detail out will remain at this orientation, because once we tilt it, it'll become a lot harder to detail. So we'll only be tilting duplications. That. Look at that. As a temporary reference workpiece item, gathering works. Get a detailed outlay for. I think that will make working on the planet easier to have that There. As for the islands, I mean, they would still be visible. It'd be like specks. How do I draw that? Islands. It'd be green. Brush options. Do I have anything that's like a good botchy thing? That was Kyle. I was concept brushes. But some of these I think we could end up using. This. That could be something we can use. The really small islands. Like that. Obviously not exactly like that, but just as an example of how I could that. What that one's doing. Like, and nothing seems to happen. Oh, because it's a smudge tool. Oh, it's a smudge tool. Okay. So first I will need to draw something. Like that, if I use that tool. That's interesting. That'd be very interesting. Brush certainly looks like foliage. Green tone. And now these are becoming brushes that I don't even know how that brush even bloody functions. I mean, I see how to use it, but I don't really. In all the training that I had in how to make custom brushes many a year ago, I have no concept how it is that this brush is actually on a functional level doing that effect. It's impressive. Could be wrong, but it's interesting. Maybe something I ought to do is look into finding and downloading brushes, because that's a thing I've never really done. Beyond when I was just simply asked to do that in college, as to learn the process how to do it, but it's been so many years I barely remember. No, this is it. This is Elden Ring, OST. Specifically, right now, this would be Melania's theme, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Melania Blade of Mikolas. Phase 1. Probably a good... Let me do a quick Google search about Photoshop brush. Brushes free. Free brushes, 2,500 downloads. 5 different items, okay. That could really work. But massive list of crediting also needed. Fuck. I just want brushes that I can just use without having to do all this crediting the original artist. I mean, and disclaimer, it's not that I'm against doing that, it's just, if I don't have to do that, that's something then I don't have to worry about. Brushes, your newest file type, premium Creative Commons. Brushes. Not sure what that actually does. The website that I'm looking at, Brush Easy, does not do a good job at actually showing off what these brushes actually do. Just slap one picture on. Does not give it nearly enough context. Part of finding a different website. Brushes from Kyle. This must be the same Kyle that's here. Okay. myphotoshopbrushes.com. Excuse me. Popular letters. Smoke might be useful for clouds. Cloud brushes. Yes, also. Okay, that may be a thing we want. But then again, I don't actually remember how one goes about installing such a brush. Over to. I remember it's something about button, I think. Oh. Brush. Import brushes. This is where we would brushes .abr files. That is brushes. So what do you get with it? Okay, just gonna do some navigation on my computer, so I need to censor things. Give me a moment. Extract. Load those in. Ooh, that definitely works. Alright. You guys can see. Example. That. This clearly is designed for brushes or cloud scene from the surface, but I can definitely work with that. Saint Bones, welcome. How are you doing? Could be better, but I'm going to try ours. That's all we can do. Our best. But now, what I'm trying to do is get a picture of my lore accurate world done, because I want to be able to potentially use that on our stream tomorrow. Oh, spoilers in that sense. Artsy things in Photoshop that I'm out of practice on. Well, you mentioned bringing images, and, well, I don't actually have much to show. So I wanted to see if I could get one image done that is somewhat lore representative. I found that map brush again, but it looks like it literally just pastes pictures of maps. Like, why do you need that as a brush? That makes no sense. Sorry to those of you who are watching and aren't seeing much happen on screen. Right now I'm looking online to see if I can find good brushes that might do what we're after, which is right now I want to be able to draw land masses and such effectively. Effectively and easily. And that's the brush. Literally just does entire pictures of planets, not actual. Ow! Rude! How dare you? So I don't get why the toss command seems to do things so much slower nowadays compared to the milk eating. I have their settings set to the same, so maybe I don't know. I can tweak it to see if I can get it to act more like the milk. Let me just Google. Photo. Oh. Shop. Map. Brushes. Stuff for C map and like. Something? Map land brushes. Yes. Give me much. It's not showing me much in regards to what it actually looks like. on one single sample image. We're going to try it. Okay, let me get that installed into Photoshop. Files. File. Import brushes. Appleland brushes.abr. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Turn and stretch. Alright. Thank you. Appreciate it, Jenny. Right, let's see what these brushes do. Down a bit. And that's something. Sure, that's really what. Well, maybe. Depending on how I customize it. Like if I were to brush dynamics, shape dynamics, angle jitter. Jitter. Oh. Some subtle scattering. Maybe I just need to experiment with more of the brushes. It came with quite a number of them after all. Why are all these brushes so gargantuanly sized? I mean, that definitely works or helps. Why did the guy who made this decide to make the size he was working with part of the brush detail? Oops. Let's see what that goes for some detailing on the land. it's definitely usable in a sense. Yeah. Brush jitter. Ooh, this one I think suits needs of this quite well. The world is more or less a bunch of small, widely scattered islands. There's one right here, I think, just very nicely scattering up, scale down. Hoping for something a little more random. Even that, I think, is what I would consider a very large, among the largest of continents or islands on my planet. This would be considered large. Where's my size jitter come? dynamics size right there it is. They look way too samey though. The one thing that landmasses are, one thing they are not, is consistent. This needs to be very randomized. Changing the angle is not enough. I don't have to be too dense on the islands, of course, because it'd be largely censored or hidden by cloud cover as well. Cloud cover and the super thick atmosphere make really only a few the largest islands visible. Space, at least. Mastering how to make it look just right is hard. Maybe we have around 10 or so islands that are visible, and maybe some green dots of sorts as well, or really small islands, or more normal islands. But the more normal and common type of islands would look like specks from space. large continents that I need to track about their detailing. Not all of them are going to be consistent in what they look like. They're not all going to be green, of course. Ones on the northern and southern poles would obviously be more inclined to being frozen. And or as any other sort of environment that you can imagine. Desert islands, some are wet. Some are desolate, some are completely inhospitable, some are very welcoming. Maybe I have sort of a chain of islands right here. Sort of a very large continent right here. help it look like it's the edge of perspective here. It would basically be. Of course, what the islands that are visible here are just the islands from the outermost layer. There's a bit of a optical magic going on that helps separate the semi-permeable barrier between the layers to ensure that the layers underneath could still get daylight and not be enshrouded by the islands above or just the pure thickness of the atmosphere. There's magic in place that sort of makes it so that each layer can exist independently. At least visually, they'll exist independently from each other. The other layers will be sort of cloaked from each other, which also certainly adds a lot to tactics, relationships between the various different nations and between the different layers. My device is to charge. Yeah, and it's not just, of course, relationship between the different nations and islands. That can also be a useful tactic. for combat, warship combat. For example, if I'm being chased and I need to, if my ship is being chased, I can dive into a different layer to at least temporarily break line of contact, and due to the different rotational speeds of the different layers, it can gain me some distance depending on how long it takes for my pursuers to follow me down. But it can also, of course, be a danger. Delving into a different layer if you don't know what the current nature of the weather of the next layer is, because the weather patterns can differ quite wildly. If you're not careful, if you're unlucky, you could dive in right into the middle of a storm happening, going on the next layer that you didn't know anything about. So it's not just there is risk in the tactic, of course. But you do, admittedly, have to be somewhat unlucky. But of course, on the flip side, size of the planet means that the storms are a lot more powerful than they are on your world. Just like the super hurricanes that happen on Jupiter. Now, planet is still a lot smaller than Jupiter, so we won't have Jupiter-sized storms, but for contextually, if we were to see, how big is Jupiter? Give me a moment. Jupiter size. Jupiter is around 70,000 kilometers wide, whereas Riventerra is only 25,000. So only as a third as powerful. The typical heaviest storms that you'd ever experience on Riventerra would only be a third as powerful as the superstorms on Jupiter. Okay, wind speed, Jupiter, let me look. Appears to be driven by internal heat rather than solar insolation. A probe dropped in Galileo spacecraft in 1995 provided wind speed more. Yeah, definitely don't have to worry about 400 mph. The storms would be certainly much closer to what it's like on Earth, but the overall grand scale of the storm front, or the local area where the storm is happening, covers a much larger territory than what you would typically find on Earth. I've mentioned this before. I would love it if I could turn my lore background into an actual video game, a ship combat game, taking inspiration from the likes of Dreadnought or some of the special modes that you get in warships. especially strong inspiration from the special modes that take on the polygon map in World Warships. If I could ever have this game done, it would probably be the direction would definitely be towards a PvPvE, or like Sea of Thieves. So you could be just farming AI enemy ships and then suddenly be attacked by another player if you aren't careful. And you could use the tactics of diving or ascending different layers to maybe get away, or if you get intelligence, knowing where something's going to be, use that to your advantage. Or if you're allied with a certain NPC nation of sorts, you could retreat to that territory, and although it wouldn't necessarily guarantee your safety, the NPC ships in that area would certainly provide cover for yourself. And technologies wise, it'd definitely be sort of like what you have in the movie Treasure Planet. Very, very fantasy-esque, but at the same time, I would say fantasy-esque. Certainly fantasy, because there is, of course, this world itself runs off of magic. There are wizards and other magical fantasy creatures, species, and all the like. Humans being just one nation of many. All of us developing our own type of ships and commerce. What the fuck is... The fuck was that? I don't know what that was. Maybe if I set it to loop, that would. And I just realized it's now 10 o'clock. The time that was officially scheduled for the stream, but I'm thinking maybe we go a little bit further. At least until I'm at a point in drawing that I'm happy with. Something that I think maybe you'd find interesting to look at. Guys, I shared with you on the Discord some stuff that I was doing in Minecraft on the Boonbro SMP. I showed you a picture of how I tore up the floor in my mining area, just to confirm that sneaking suspicion that was always in the back of my mind of what if there was like diamonds or something just like directly under the floor that I had just never found because I never touched it ever since establishing the mine. So tore up the floor, but I didn't show you what I did with it after tearing up the floor. And so this is what I did. I filled in the floor back with a glass layer on top, and in between the bits of the bedrock, I put lava. Not in the screen cap, and I forgot to get a picture of it. I also replaced the walls with deep slate. Oh, this is deep slate, but I did some deep slate patching, which you'll see on Monday, I guess. But yeah, I did this because I did a little bit of experimentation source with that re-lavafication project that I've mentioned I want to do, and I did part of it on sort of a small sample size of the first lava lake that my mind had ever encountered. I'd restored that lake. It's more like a pond, but I restored that just sort of as a test case of sorts to see how much lava I was going to need. And I went through half my lava supply just on that. So that definitely shows I'm definitely going to need to I'm going to need to up my lava supply by a rather significant margin to redo the main lake. Maybe a project we can take on is a lava farm, which is a thing in Minecraft. Well, somewhat new thing in Minecraft, lava farming. Basically involves creating lots of cauldrons and having lava drip from dripstone. So place lava on top of a dripstone block and some stalagmites underneath it, and the lava will drip through and somehow through Minecraft logic create more lava by dripping it into the cauldron underneath. That's something I'm considering doing. At the same time, a more efficient method may be doing some nether tunneling. Because I discussed with Coffee and Bones about the possibility about getting him hooked up to another hub, and I'm thinking the most efficient thing that I could do is dig out a tunnel to his location, and if we encounter any flooded lava areas through that tunnel, that would definitely work well to give us a top up on our lava bucket supply, and maybe enough to do the re-lavafication project, if I'm lucky. Look at adding some smaller islands, the more regular sized islands. Yeah, and video game function wise, if we were to turn this into an actual game, most of the islands would probably be inaccessible areas, and as new sections of the game are added, we just simply quote unquote unlock different islands. Hello, welcome, how are you doing? My own world, Hello 208. This is my lore accurate version of my world. Or semi-accurate at least. First ever representation, so it's the only accuracy, I guess. So by default accurate. But yes, this is my world called Riventerra. It's a world mostly of just atmosphere. Yes, this is where I, Captain Crooked, come from. My world. From my dimension. The world that once upon a time may have been like Earth. Although a more fantasy-esque like Earth, until a celestial disaster of sorts happened, where the world was torn apart. Became mostly just atmosphere. Sort of like a gas giant. More like a miniature gas giant of sorts. About twice the size of Earth. Twice the width of Earth. Mass-wise, it's pretty similar to Earth. History right out there. No. I died around 226 years ago, or at least. Not sure how long it was. Not sure how long I was dead before becoming a skeleton. I'm not sure on that one right there. But I was an undead, or my sort of native home of sorts. My island was an island of Maple. I was very alone on Maple until one day I was picked up by the crew of a ship, where I eventually, due to my nature of being an undead and basically outliving everyone, I eventually became captain. And that ship, that ship or crew rather, stayed with me until the point that we are where I currently am, captain of the Acadia. Acadia is not my first ship, and this is not my first crew either. It's sort of like the over 226 years. For the ship of Prometheus. Is that the fallacy? Story? Concept? Thought project? Is it Prometheus or... Sorry, no, Theseus. Theseus. Or like the ship of Theseus, fallacy of... Is it still the same ship? Is it still the same crew? Members join, retire, die, born over the years, over the centuries. Same with the ship. Also replaced. Nothing of the original is still there. In fact, the entire ship has been lost sometimes and had to be replaced. Like, there are instances where I lose the entire ship, but some of the crew members remain. We go on and get ourselves a new ship. That crew expands. We lose some. The ones who are originally there die for old age or retire. Parts of the ship are replaced. Or get destroyed, or whatnot. Not 100% certain whether or not the name was originally Acadia, but that's certainly the name of the ship has been for as long as I can remember. As for how I became a skeleton, add a little bit of lore. I'll admit I'm still refining, so to speak. Suffice to say, I was resurrected in order to fight in a war. And many nations in my world, at least at that period in time, were sort of creating armies of the undead, because that was an easy way to create an army. Up until the point where a power scaling sort of, sorry, not power scaling, arms race of sorts of armies were being fortified and created because, well, every nation was doing that, so every nation who wasn't doing that felt threatened, so they did it too, and things escalated into a war happened. And as a result of that war, necromancy was then outlawed. The surviving members of that war, such as myself, were exonerated, because it's not our fault we were resurrected, right? But at the same time, we can't officially become any part of any one particular nation because, well, it becomes difficult becoming part of a nation. And so most undead, by default, end up becoming either loners or wanderers of sorts. Some become pirates, some decide to set up livelihoods on islands that are considered more inhospitable, to the regular living folk. Like desert islands or frozen islands or islands that just simply lack vegetation and other accommodations like water that most other people would require. At the same time, we can't set up colonies too large because due to our nature of being undead, or certain fear from the living end up start fearing us becoming too powerful, and just by our nature, and skirmishes occur, so to speak, on such islands. So we tend to live on ships, or ships and very heavily fortified islands. But of course, the island being heavily fortified also tends to abrupt fear, but if we don't heavily fortify it, then sometimes we then get attacked because they fear our ability to become more advanced much more easily than other short-lived species, because one of the natures of being a long-lived species means that your ability to be inventive and create new technologies is far greater than those shorter-lived races where a lot of their lives are dedicated just towards learning the basics in the first place. Being a long-lived species means you get to spend a lot more time being inventive. And it's not just not just us undead who have to worry about that. Other long-lived species like elves and dwarves also have to worry about that. Or at least that fear from the short-lived species is like humans. Suffice to say, Gato, back to how I personally became undead. I was a privateer in the leading days up to the Great War. I was a privateer, and then I got killed being a privateer, and so I was resurrected. Necromancy in order to continue my privateer duties, and once the war ended and there was no longer a need for privateers, just like in your Earth history, many privateers ended up becoming pirates. As for who exactly resurrected me, I don't know. I was just one of many. Didn't really have much of a relationship with the person who specifically resurrected me. I was to them just one of many. Right? Admittedly, I'm probably among the more elder of undead. Not many undead from that era still live today. Many were destroyed in the war. Ow! Ow! Ready? Thank you, milk. Wish I could scatter even further. That's the issue here. I'm at the max scatter distance. Thinking islands, although spread out, will still have a tendency to be slightly grouped up. The winds have a side effect to where our islands drift about. So that causes a sort of natural tendency for them to be grouped up. There are also gravimetric fields. Part of course, will have the island's float is, of course. There is certain degrees of anti-gravity magic. The base of all the islands are sort of held up by float stones. On each island is covered in float zones. In fact, the ships are the mast of ships like my ship, the Acadia. The mast is full of float stone. Same stuff that's used to hold up the islands. That's another interesting bit of thing. Is in order to produce a ship, in order to make a ship, you need to get yourself some float stone, which means sacrificing some land. Because once you remove the flow stone, some of the land is inevitably going to fall off, or no longer being supported. And that's going to have different effects, such as causing an island to actually drift low enough that it ends up transitioning between layers of the world, falling down to a lower world layer. And alternatively, an island that becomes lighter due to such as a melt-off of sorts, if it ends up being pushed into a region where that's warmer and it was a fairly frozen island drifting southward into warmer regions, could end up having a melt-off, which would then make the island lighter and thus have a tendency to drift upwards into an upper world layer. Although island drift is typically fairly consistent, drastic events can occur to end up having an island be relocated. Shifting world layer can also be rather dramatic of an effect, depending when and where it happens. Nice rocky color. Some islands are rocky, especially in the sort of transitionary area between the frozen north and south poles and the more lush regimented regions. Beaches along here. some mountains or something right here. Surrounded by barren areas. The northern area of this island is more cold than southern area, maybe. Putting that. But this is actually kind of close to the equator, so maybe make it very green. And grays. I'm thinking maybe this island right here specifically was more of a cluster of islands that ended up conglomerating quite well with each other. Unlike some of the other bits which are just continents which have just been one big pieces from ever since the shattering. In subtle colors. Variety. Bring in more of these really tiny. I think that's starting to look good. Just maybe. Not entirely convinced on the blue though, because the blue makes it look like it's an ocean world, and it's not an ocean world. So I need to be very careful in how I address that particular issue. Perhaps making it slightly more error-like? I don't know. Give it a more foggy edge, maybe? Your mask there. Do that. There we go. That. Stars for now. In the whole world. Softer edge. I'm convinced. Maybe just make the color a little less water-like, maybe? Experimenting. Slightly more airy-ish colors. Idea. I do that. So that wide. Certainly has an effect. maybe if I make the ring also show through a little bit. Put that in. Look. I don't like that. Could use some work. Actually, this side. You like it? I'm glad somebody does. Yeah, thank you for the move. That was me. Shadow. Do it like a super subtle. Casting effect. The air that would be beneath. At the light. I have the light of this setting being coming somewhere from this. That's too much. Very hard to gauge what should look right because, of course, any reference to planetary art that I'm looking at refers to artwork of planets that would actually exist. This would never exist IRL, obviously. So trying to make something that would look correct to that is a bit hard to know when it's looking right. Get some cloud cover, I guess. Did put that off all the time. I still need to get the clouds to actually look like. That they are actually wrapping around a sphere. Happen to smudges that we downloaded earlier. Here we are. Give me a moment, gasping nestle. He was just scratching the door, you know, causing damage to the soundproofing the door I have. Because he wants in. Okay, smooch, 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 smooch. I mean, usually he's very adorable, yes. But he also likes stew. He an absolute bum. Strong. Try that. Shape apparently does have an influence on this. Settings. Settings. Preferences. History log. History states. Need way more fucking history states. Just 100. There. Just looking at artwork on gas giants. I can match. Find inspiration at least. Dragon Forge. Yes. Distracted. I just had to see if my guesstimation was correct. I haven't quite memorized which track is which yet, or at least not for all of them. Many of them, yes, or just a few of them. Maybe something. I think the best tool is the one that is not actually a cloud tool at all. It's just be a rock texturing tool. Right here. He says Simmons is better, do not review it right now. Alright, will do. I'll check it out later. Assume it's a completion of that image that you sketched out before. Perhaps. Perhaps means yes. Alright. I look forward to it. Enter. Scattering, that's what it is. Allows to be especially heavy in the floor. Wouldn't say I'm happy with the cloud work, but it's certainly an interesting direction. That may be nice idea. I think I want to get done. Attempt. I Yeah, rather silverishly white and gray color green. Yes. Be on Satan Bones' stream tomorrow at starting at around, or at least my time, EST time, at around noon. Yes. Reminds me, I do need to send you Boogie image thing, and also I need to figure out a bit of an issue regarding Boogie and me, and it's because of how Discord interprets my voice mod output. Because whenever I'm using my virtual microphone with Discord, it just interprets it as always inputting, like it's always on, which then of course Fugi interprets me as being constantly saying or making noise, which of course is not ideal. I would like to fix before the collab tomorrow. Right, I should be working on this. Okay, rings. Sent. Now etching in details. Track that, for example, by let's say 10. Back by track again by another 10. Let's see, 1 this time. It has an effect. Not one that I think is scaling quite well. You know what? I know what to do in terms of getting it to scale well. I need to draw the ring flat, like from a top-down view, and then we distort it into shape after. That is what we will do. Is yes. That I need a taller frame image. So that, or create an entirely new file that's just going to be the ring that we then import. 630. And paste it here. Oh. The image recreate not scale correctly. At 3840. Oh, I know what happened. Canvas. 3840. This one is Godric's theme. Say this is Riventerra's ring. Ow. Gentlemen, welcome. How are you doing? This right here just isolate. Why using the method I was with the what's it called? The just select, modify, and use that to adjust the size. It ends up flattening certain dimensions of it, which is not good. I'll do this by basically manually selecting circle sizes. Right. What you up to, gentleman knowledge? "36 by 30. 630. The next one be, let's say, 30. 36. 10. 10. $600. How's your day been, gentlemen? Notice anything of intrigue happen to you today? Stream earlier, but a pretty chill day. Hog. Always great to have a chill day. Seven, 6, 8, 7. $680. $680. It's not right. What happened? Okay, I think I know. That is 1799 times 2. Two. It's 2. That's 584. So 3580. Next one, 3580. 3580 by 3580. I give the hydrate redeem. Hydrating. Ah. $35.75. $35.75. $35.73. $70. $70. Oh. No, I need 68. 68. 568. This is going to be a long process of me just inputting new numbers. So we've covered the distance between here and here. $60. But I had a bit now. You send me the stuff you need. I need some rest. All right. Have yourself a good night. Booms. Try to have myself awake and ready for the stream. Sleep schedule is a little off kilter at the moment, which is make things difficult for me tomorrow, but I'll do my best. Start making the rings a bit thicker, why not? $35. Yeah. 35, 30, 35, 30. D. Twenty. Riker's theme now. By 3,500. 500. D. 90. 90. Hundred. 390, 390. VOD. 80. $270. 270. Jump. $260. 260. Okay, 32.58. $255 by 32.55. $50 by 32.50. Two. 47. 47. my god, this is tedious. Think of a way that is better though. Oh, 32, 44. Forty, 32, 40. T. 50. Two. 5, 32. 5. Two. 20. 20. And 10. D. D. Spacing this time around. Five. 25. Thirty 1.5 by 35. I'll buy another large gap. Bring that down to 31. Oh. 30.95. 30.95. $30.90. $3.90, just like the card I'm running on my computer. $390 GeForce 3090 Ti. Five. 230, 82. $80. 78, 38. D76, D76. Or 30. 70 by 30, 70. $60 by 60. $58. Six by 30, 56. $54. 54. Slightly thicker. D. 30. D. 50. Followed by a large. 30. D. 10 by 10. Thousand by 3,000. 100 by accident. by a fairly large gap. 85. $29.85, I mean. Sorry, I mean $28.95. $28.95. Third time's the charm. 28. 5. And all that, and we're not even halfway through. Goddamn. $28. 90. 92. This better end up looking good. All I have to say. $88. 88. $8.84, 28. $28.87. Yeah, it went the wrong direction. I meant to put in 28.70. Eight. 70. BRB, need to grab myself another drink. also grabbed myself a banana chocolate chip muffin. Snack on. $28.69. 28.69. Nice. $28.30. $28.30. $28.20. That's not right. Shit, I lost track of which number I was at. Fuck. Let's do 10. Okay, I was at 28.10. Down by 7. 5. Seven, 9. Mm, let's make a really thick ring here. 552. And 5. And 5. Oh, did I give her the milk? Appreciate it. We're definitely past the halfway mark now. 23. D, make this a B. $390. Very thin ring. B. Buy another large space. T3. Yeah. For some reason, the music just ends there. We had a loop this time automatically, but I don't know why in this particular playlist they have just end abruptly like that. Be good. Speaking of, it's now midnight, but I'm figuring what we is going to do is we're going to go until 1 a.m. That way we have a full 5-hour stream. Usual. No, shit. Two. Reminds me of Jacob Tutu. Who remembers the show Jacob Tutu? Just me? Alright. Sounds familiar. Okay, so at least it was a Canadian cartoon. Child. A rather unique art style to it. In a way that, if you look at any screen cap of the show, it looks like it's a picture from a book rather than a cartoon screen cap. Quite interesting in that sense. Yeah, yet it was still very, well, animated, despite its aesthetic making it look like it's an unanimated, sure, and a non-animated picture from a book. Or at least that's what came to mind whenever I looked at it recently on Google Images. I remember, yes. Unlock the core memory, haven't I? Heh. Ninety. One. Eight. 68. Everyone 66. If 2146. You mean neutron brain blast moment? Heh. The good Canadian show. Although the one Canadian show which is a goddamn fucking shame it got cancelled on a fucking cliffhanger. And it was honestly a great show in its very unique animation style. Supposed to be Canadian, was Stormhawks. Stormhawks was my favorite show. And it angers me to this day how it got canceled. Stormhawks. Stormhawks. It's basically a 3D anime, artistically speaking. Yes, it was a 3D show, and it's also the show that contains what I would call my first ever waifu. One of the main characters named Piper, that show. That is true. Nothing like your first. Not only was she my first ever waifu, she probably is where I originates my preference for darkly skinned waifus, which there is still, to this day, a severe lacking variety of. Thank you for the milk. And definitely need more chocolate milk. And also, it's also a bit of a shame that there's very little artwork for fan art for Stormhawks. Despite its anime style, there's barely anything that exists that's beyond beginner deviant art style. Because if you compared other anime-styled shows that were targeted to kids on the same channels of that same era, you got plenty of artwork for Yu-Gi-Oh! Girls or Pokemon girls from that era. In fact, and from one of those shows would actually be my second waifu-ish. Well, sort of. I thought she was very, very beautiful. Had a very stunning color scheme to her. She was from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I forget what her name was, but she was the red-haired girl with the yellow eyes. Her card that, or her ace card was like Rose Dragon or something like that. Rose Dragon or Rose Petal Dragon, something like that. Rose. Already by 20. Yeah. Herbs. Okay. Oh dear. Day 22. The ghost here. AD. 1912, 1912. I meant not 1980. And 1969. Oh. Then 1810. Go. 10. 15, wait. 15. Should be, wait, what? Isn't 1812 the one that I just did? 1812. It's the last one that I did. $935 times 2, $935 times 2 is $1870. No, it was 1869 that I did last. 18. 67. 1567. Come on, 1812. Just cooperate with me, please. Shut up, thank you. Ten. 10. Eight, 1798. Making these last few rings very thin because I'm imagining a lot of material out in the innermost rings may have fallen in to Riventerra. $1777. $1775. Almost there. $43. $117. I think that's the last ring. There we go. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Excellent. So you. Too much. Smaller. Let's see. Indeed. Work on the gas and behind. Good. like an info card or something. Good. Riventerra. You mind not clawing at me with your claws? Get my attention. I know you're there. Oi. I mean, yes, it's adorable, except for the fact that when he decides to reach out to grab my attention, sometimes he decides he wants to do it with his claws fully extended. I mean, he knows how not to use his claws when getting attention. He does it to me all the time when he's, I have him cuddling me on, so that he's on my chest. I'll lay back in my chair, because my chair has a lean back feature. I'll lean back, have him on my chest, and when he wants more petting, he'll reach out a paw and paw me in my face. Usually mouth or nose. Paw at that gently to request further petting. So he clearly knows how to do it. It's just when he's on the floor, he decides to be an asshole about it and use his claws. gonna leave those out just for now. We'll come back and sort those, and I think I want to figure out some more of the planet's inner layers before I put in those numbers there. I'm not sure exactly how many layers I want there to be. Layers. So I have been thinking of naming each of the layers based off of planets of the solar system. Including dwarves. How many dwarf planets there are in the solar system? Certainly some disagreements of, but for the most, at least all the notable ones would be include Ceres, Eris, Makemake, Armia, there's definitely more than those four. Oh yes, obviously Pluto as well. Pluto, Ceres, Eris, Makemake, Harmia. What else is there? Can't remember. Anyways, I'll save the image. I'll even post the image to the Discord. If you want it for some reason. There, post it to the Discord. Okay, so let's see, what else? Oh, we get to. There's only about 10 minutes left in the normal, or at least this isn't a normal stream in terms schedule-wise, but for the normal length of 5 hours, there's only about 10 minutes left. Right, so shall we do ourselves a raid? Somebody? There's another one of the Skelly Boys is also doing art. CB Doodles. So let's do ourselves a raid on CB Doodles. Alright, let me... Okay, that is what we'll do. Raid CB Doodles. CB Doodles. Yeah. Oh, right, because it's CB as in like B, as in like the animal B. Perfect. You're unable to raid. What? Fresh. CB. There we go. Raid is connected. And I'm putting the raid message in the chat right now. Raid are raiding to share the vicious calcium. So copy. So yeah. Copy that. Add whichever milk emojis you have, everybody, and I will see y'all tomorrow on Sane Bones' channel at 12 p.m. EST time. And then again at 7 p.m. Until midnight for Halo Wars. Hope to see you for both of those streams tomorrow. Meantime, take care of yourselves, ladies and boys, and have yourself a wonderful night. Night!
And